Hello, everyone. It has been a long while when I fall through. I'm sorry, I got stuck reading a clue. When I fall through, it's normally a health problem issue. And the sad bit is that when I come back to playing the games, I really forget how the games work. We only have one bit of evidence then. And she has told us something about a barn the last time around, so... Good thing that Holmes can analyze materials.
I rather wish my lockpicks had not been lost in the river, along with all our clothes, books, tea.
Ah yes, tea. That's the biggest issue. The tea. Oh, you know, sometimes you just need somebody to spill it. Is that a key?
This must be the key to the stables.
Yeah, it does look like a key. Normally people keep it on the flower pot on the ground, not... Or under a rug, not like a flower pot on the window, so that's pretty weird.
Poor animal has been suffering for days. It's dehydrated, Holmes. Without water, it will die.
Oh no, my plant needs water again. Except this time the plant is a horse. Anyone like seen a well or something?
Yeah.
I swear those people are standing there going There's a whole ass street here. That will be the woman gate. My shoes sound like a horse. I am looking for a well or anything like that. Okay, that's a leaf. Not anywhere here. That makes me conclude that there should be a water source at like the stables, maybe? Don't do a vampire thing and don't, you know, make me go on an epic quest for some water for a flower because that flower just needed a very specific type of water.
Cayenne pepper. Half empty. Or as Watson would say, half full.
I know, it's all perspective. Okay, there's a whole ass backyard in here.
This might be useful.
Is there only one person taking care of the horses? So...
At least that's one life saved.
So then when that person came away. Nobody even cared about the. Come on, bros. Horses are
Mr.
expensive.
Arlison's cab is still here.
Like, you would think that them having a whole bunch of servants, someone would think about the prized possessions that horses are. Even if you're not an animal lover at heart, it completely does not make sense to abandon it unless something really bad has happened. Because here I am just assuming that the only thing that has happened was happened to like a one servant and not literally the whole place. For all I know, this whole place could be a ghost town. Oh wow. They have a whole private marsh.
These fingers were severed with a single clean stroke, but I don't see the thumb or middle finger.
Oh, so that's what those are, fingers.
Luxurious shoes, size 9.
Palm imprint. Are those
Look,
tiny
Watson, animal
hands?
prints. I wonder what kind.
Apparently animal prints. Not tidgy little hands. I thought somebody was besieged by mad babies. That would make an interesting story. I feel like I can see better when things are in green.
Boots, size 10.
Oh, those are separate ones. Okay.
A scrap of silk, soft and elegant.
Apparently it radiates. Oh, somebody got something done to them. Funnily enough, the blood leads from here, which would mean that the incident occurred like inside the swamp. Alternatively, the swamp monsters made them go backwards. It's also a possibility. Do living near lakes like these smell really bad? I'm asking merely out of curiosity because having a whole backyard lake sounds like a very posh lifestyle. So, you know, better questions. Anyone alive or otherwise available around this house?
You did it. You're inside? Have you seen Davy?
Not yet, miss, but we are on it.
Please look for my little brother.
There are some bloodstains if you would like that. I can sell you some bloodstains instead of your little brother. Would that do? Do we have a quick save? No, I suppose I wasn't like too focused on saving in this game. Good. I played Baldur's Gate for quite a while and got so used to the saving before you do almost anything.
No way in.
What makes you say that? Is it locked? Is that it? Because otherwise there is a door.
There's blood here. There's blood here.
There is indeed blood here.
Ah, do you smell that, Holmes? Something bad happened here. I know. Be prepared for anything.
Okay. Well, my suspicion that our brother's not the only person missing is probably
Watson,
correct.
would you please lend me your medical expertise. I'll do my best.
I think she's dead, Holmes. That would be my professional medical opinion. She does seem a little bit like, you know, she lacks life or something.
Holmes, there's another victim. Blood and
Hello!
broken nails. The poor woman tried to put up a fight.
I heard that you financed your little thing very, very fast. Or rather, I saw. So hope that it's going good. Yeah, that's like a lot further than what you were asking.
Extremely sharp and deadly.
If I had money, I would have considered it for the dice alone. So, what is my medical expertise still missing?
An enormous blow shattered her ribcage. A wound like this could only be dealt by a man of incredible strength. And cruelty. The hand can bend freely. Rigor mortis has passed.
Wait, do
A deep
bloated
stab
corpses
reached the
become
man's
floppy?
heart. Clean edges suggest a sharp blade, but the wound is too wide for an ordinary knife. His corneas are already clouded.
Don't eyes decay first?
Hay on his trousers suggests a gardener or groom. This man has been dead for a week. The result of a sharp object piercing his heart.
You are mostly right. But I would bet he died 5 days ago. Heat and humidity will have accelerated the decomposition. We're
looking at a stab wound. I don't think it's either. I like the idea that somebody just lobbed an axe at her, but no. I don't think that the axe was actually, like, lobbed. Okay, got more dead people to find. Those are definitely not the only two. Also, why exactly couldn't we use the front door? It seems like nothing is blocking it.
Mr. Arneson with his prey.
Imagine posing for a photo and then being like, yeah, I'll hold this decomposing pigeon.
Someone was bleeding, but it doesn't look lethal.
The heck? Oh, it's a burned note. I thought it was a piece of skin. I've intercepted a strange telegram sent to Ashmat. It is utterly cryptic and I cannot make head nor tails with it. The mailman confirmed that the telegram was definitely for Ashmat, so he must know what it means. The rest of the note is unreadable.
Burnt papers. Now completely unreadable.
Okay, so not tasty pigeons. They're burned papers. Circular scratch marks. And what? Wax drops. That just sounds like that is the place where they do the stampy stamps with a lot of things.
A few drops of blood, but not from a mortal wound.
So, you know, that just means that we utterly do not care. Size 10 shoes. Mr. Arneson, I'm happy to know that you like the work carried out in your study room. It was a challenge and the most difficult job I've done. The lock was handmade to create the mechanism in accordance with your requirements. I added magnetic bezel that must be activated to open the lock as requested. It is hard to see the keyhole if you don't know where to look. Tell your friends about me. J.G. Locke. Locke and Sons Locksmithery. That really sounds like the ideal name for a locksmith. Sure, I don't know anything about pigs. I did find the cleaver next to the woman. But did he bring his own cleaver?
trail of wax leads to the door. Someone smaller walked over these boot prints.
I mean, someone actually bothered to lock the doors as well.
The candle was burning when it fell.
Okay, we assume that... I'm assuming that it wasn't Mr. Cleaverman in here. Maybe it's the wrong assumption, we'll see. What about... Stare up? Is anyone even dead here?
Arneson and Davy, 1881. Arneson and Davy seem to have got along well. He looks more like a son than a servant.
Oh, he's unlikely to have murdered him then.
Fauna of Louisiana. Full of things that bite, no doubt.
Did you just take that, Holmes?
New Pied Piper. Foreigners missing in New Orleans.
Holmes is like, well, you won't be using that. I may as well. Dear Errol, I do want you to find what you are looking for, but I can't deny that my misgivings are growing with each passing day. I fear the worst. I am worried about you, about what you're doing. My heart stops when I think about where you look for your answers. I would give them to you. I would have given anything so you might stop disappearing. Errol, please, you must stop. We have something beautiful together, isn't that enough? I hope to hear from you soon. Love you!
Note the blade, Watson.
A curved dagger, probably of Persian or Indian origin. 9 or 10 inches, I'd say.
Perfect size for a dildo. Preferably you would want a bit duller than that, but still. Upstairs is really pristine. Just weird considering the amount of
I
murders.
wouldn't give for a nice bath right now, Holmes.
Well, then you can take one. Who's gonna stop you, the dead people? My dear friend, the boy is a genius. Despite seeing a fraction of my formula, he recreated it and solved it. It is a function that young students have serious trouble with. Your Davy is a prodigy. What surprises me even more is that when I ask him any question, the boy writes answers that are your direct quotes or mine. His memory is impeccable. I know you took the boy under your wing to take care of him, but I'm asking you to let me hold some lessons with him. I truly believe that with your help, this boy could shine and change the world. That sounds less like logic and more like memorization.
A dull book about local geology. Even I'd struggle.
Yeah. When I move something on my desk, other things fall over sometimes. Is that female underwear?
A dashing portrait of Mr. Arneson.
What I would conclude is that I'm still missing a one crime scene and that there's definitely no crime scenes upstairs. That makes it just as weird, to be honest, if not even weirder. It really feels like this person committed crimes in a circle. Hey!
Tea for two. An odd glimpse of normalcy amid the horror. A used kitchen towel.
I think we still need one to find. Stupid dead lady, keep on making me get stuck on her legs. Already investigated here. Doesn't really feel like I can be missing much. What I find interesting is that there's a complete lack of footprints here. Did the killer wipe his feet? Ooh. Aw, we can look like a sailor boy. Considering the dying horse, I would consider that he's probably dying. Or dead. Anyway, we can't answer that question just yet. Let's connect literally anything. Okay, we don't really have answers to either one of these just yet. Okay, magnetic basil, you say? It's nothing to do with the locks over here, right? Locked door is the toilet, which makes me think that... No way is the lock mechanism for this place. Like, it wouldn't make sense to, like, super lock your bathroom. Unless, of course, you had a lot of secrets in your bathroom, then maybe. An A-shaped lock, you say? So I was right, he didn't super lock their bathroom. Good! Would be very weird if they did. I'm surprised that they didn't just leave the key on their work desk. Maybe they took it with them? But that wouldn't be very useful for breaking in, so I bet that they didn't. You see, we're gonna run off game logic, and game logic tells me that I can likely unlock that. There is a wax stamping table downstairs. Oh, maybe it isn't. Maybe that's just the wax that got on the table. Still feel like I'm missing a whole ass scene. I don't know where it could be. It's not very obvious. Makes me think that it's possibly inside the locked room, which I can get on. It can't get into because it is locked. Hidden lock, you say? Alright, missing something here. Only greens qualify. Can't answer that question. Can't answer this question. God damn it. We pinned the crime scene. Need a little imprint with the letter A on it. Or like a weapon or something. That would also be useful. I don't know what for, but still. Game logic. Why do I have access to a perfectly fine bathroom if there's nothing for me in it to find? That's a bit suspicious to me. Hello! I've been in here a while. I'm missing a crime scene and an opening for a hidden lock. Do absolutely hate that I'm missing a whole ass crime scene.
What horrors happened here?
That's not very helpful, Watson. Oh, wait.
Bent end of this candlestick has blood on it.
We found something! I think we found the last thing. Perfect. Why not? Let's just validate it. That is a lot of options to pick for this dude. And of course, Holmes's brain has already put it together. So I can't just validate it. Now it's correct. What is he carrying? Oh, okay. Whatever that is. I don't think that this one's wrong. This one isn't wrong. This one is. Is there one for... Yep, knifing him. That's not a correct one. Okay, we're still missing one. I forgot which one that is. Is it you? Ah, it is you, for it is not a pig that you were dragging. Was it a sack? It was a person.
An intruder entered through the back door at night, leaving mud traces in the hallway. Without being noticed, they picked up a candlestick and struck the man in the chair from behind. In the kitchen, 2 people were drinking tea, the workman and cook. They were startled by the noise of a falling body and went to investigate the parlor. The workman tried to subdue the intruder, but was stabbed by the attacker's knife. Judging by the wound, it was a curved blade. The cook panicked and fled back to the kitchen. The intruder followed, but since their blade was stuck in the workman, they used the meat cleaver on the table to kill him.
Since their blade was stuck in the workman is quite the sentence.
Carnage. They dropped the candlestick in horror and ran for safety to a room down the hallway. Meanwhile, the intruder returned to his first victim and dragged their stunned body away from the fireplace and out into the garden.
The stunned body? You sure it's not a dead body? Yay! He's behind the door. Oh wow, he stayed barricaded for a while. Silly Billy. Come out?
Davy, please open the door.
After all this, Holmes, I doubt the young man would open the door to a stranger.
Davy, please open the door.
Well, what do you suggest we do,
This place
Holmes?
sets my
I mean,
teeth on edge, Holmes.
you. I forget who you are.
Davy, please open the door.
I mean, do I sound like I'm about to murder you, Davy? The horses are dying. They need watering again. Okay. Reverse shoe on head. I don't have anything there. Would just be like, ask Davy? Oh, he's clearly not home. So, that might be good. Alternatively, he's dead and somewhere far away. That would be a bit less good. Generally, you don't really want to die. I don't think.
Today started poorly and went downhill from there.
Oh, come on. You got a chance to relax on a boat for a very long time. Considering how long boat journeys last. Is there anything upstairs, I mean, that I could use to, you know, calm a man that has barricaded himself inside a room for like days? Oh, wait. Oh, it's a sister. He has a sister or a carer or otherwise a person that cares, so I can't just be like, hey, oh, do you know how to get your brother out from hiding. Would be very helpful if you did. There we go. Now I'm braining with thinky thunks. Oh, that's not good. Oh, she's no longer there. Let me just casually check up on the not good. Oh, God.
Watson, quick. Get her down.
Don't hang perfectly good people. Any of you trying the CPR?
Ligature marks on her neck. There'll be a bruise, but she should be okay.
She looks dead. I mean, she looks blue. Like, literally friggin' blue. Do you think that in this city, the life of one English detective is worth more than that of a maidservant? Final warning, Mr. Holmes. Grub.
Doctor, Watson, speak to me. How is she?
We were just in time, Holmes. Eula is stable, but lucky to be alive. We should take her to a hospital for a further examination.
But she's blue!
Yes. I fear I was wrong, Watson. The sheriff is not a man to be underestimated. To lynch an innocent woman just to send a message, it's evil. We're not safe in this city, nor is anyone around us.
Then we must not dawdle. Help me get Eula to her feet.
No, no. I will not leave here without Davy.
Miss, please, we must get you help.
No, I will not be deterred. I will get my brother and bring him home.
You don't look alive. I am slightly concerned.
If my deductions are correct, Davy lies behind this door. He ought to be unhurt.
Yeah, I have
There's
no
doubt
idea why
shaken.
people try to
Davy.
advertise their bullshit.
Davy, you
It's
there?
not like I'm gonna
Davy,
buy
we
them.
understand what you witnessed before. It's safe now. You're safe. Please, let us in. Your sister wants to see you.
Everything will be all right, I promise.
Yeah, them gentlemen speak the truth. Just open the door. Big sister's here.
Big sister still looks like a corpse. I'm not entirely convinced she's alive.
Davy, oh, come here, you. Thanks, sirs. Lord bless your souls.
Let me examine him, miss. I want to make sure he is unharmed.
Remember, he may be mute, but he still understands you.
Oh no. Well, he definitely is not gonna tell me where the key is if he's mute. First of all, you have flies in your eyes? Starving and in shock. If only he had gotten out of this room earlier. Alarmed and agitated. For a very long time now. Have an insignificant bruise. Is that, are you excited to see me or is that something in your pocket? Torn pocket. I'm gonna say he was cared for pretty well. I mean, nothing told me that he is abused outside of
Davy seems in good health. The bruise is a remnant of that awful night, perhaps even caused by the intruder, but he is otherwise unharmed. In fact, I believe life here was good for the boy.
He's
Honestly,
not
the
gonna
others
confirm
cared
nor
for Davy. I
deny.
may have allowed him to withstand such horrors. I need your help, Davy. We know that the man with the curved dagger is responsible for all this. You recognized the man, yes? The same one in the photograph in the office upstairs, standing with Arneson. Good. Please, write his name. And one last thing. The room with an image of a bell on its door may hold important answers. Do you know a way in?
Oh, the boy's gonna show me. Well, that's
Yes.
useful.
I think I've got it. You have been very helpful, Davy.
I don't get it. What are we getting? What, Holmes? What did you get? Because... Ashmat? Ashmatsky? Oh, no wonder the horses were dying.
Oh, Davy. Things you must have gone through.
So can my brain, like, scan that somehow? Especially if I pin this. Come on, Holmes. Do your brain magic. Because you obviously understand something, and I don't. I hope that Ashmet is somewhere around here, because... if not, this can get confusing fast.
Let's take a closer look.
Button! Four numbers, eh? God damn it. Why is everyone's safe supposed to be secure? Oh, 1879? Don't tell me that you inscribed the password on the thing. No, you didn't. You're not that dumb. Okay, well that's cool. I'm happy for you. Would really suck if you were this dumb. One 1862. 1882. Oh, 1862. Okay. Just, you know, just try all the random dates in the house, see what you get. Because apparently sometimes you get some good things.
These should come in handy.
What did I get the keys for? Double-barreled shotgun. Additional services. Engravings. And total price. Don't suppose that we opened the bloody thing with a set of keys. Like a normal person. Oh, apparently set of keys is an object and does not fit in here. Where is the ring? Huh. Okay. Probably inside the mansion somewhere. I mean, it's a logical guess. I've literally no idea. So I'm just trying every option that there is at the moment. Probably not inside the dying horse. Likely outside. Because the backyard got stapled. One of the keys has a bell symbol. Well, we know where the bell doors are. Let's just go down and unlock another room. This is almost like Resident Evil Light. Whatever the price paid, obsidian, glass-like stone, black. Without it, we can't work with lenses. London comes to New Orleans, must be in 5 to 6 days. You know what to do with deliveries.
Dense and disturbing notes. It's hard to follow.
So what makes them disturbing?
The scene is impossible, unnatural, but also familiar.
Don't want to look in here. Yeah, that's where I want to.
A foreigner's clothes, by the looks of things from the Near East.
Is that a rock?
Opal, cut and polished, easy to sell.
Yep. That is indeed a rock. Are we just robbing a person right now? To reach your goal, follow death messengers, then pass through fire without fear. After the bleeding willow, chase the crows, avoid the crosses that appear. Honestly thought that the collection of messages would have something to do with the signet ring, but apparently not. Follow death messengers, so what, crows? And pass through fire without fear. After the bleeding willow, chase the crows, avoid any crosses that appear. I have a feeling that I should check outside. Follow the death messengers.
Size 10, the owner's footprints were shallow.
Oh, my buddy's standing directly on top of it, which makes it so much harder to see.
Size 10, the heels are sinking into the ground. Look here, Doctor. 2 sets of footprints left by the same person, yet they vary in depth. What do you conclude?
Perhaps they arrived empty-handed, but left carrying something heavy.
Precisely. I'll make a detective of you yet, Watson.
Ooh. Cool. So this is a conversational piece. A few animal left small paw prints. At the increasing numbers of raccoons! Oh, it's a raccoon! In urban areas has provoked diverse reactions in humans ranging from hostility at their presence to concerned care. Close proximity to humans results in behavioral changes in how raccoons live and interact with people. For many generations, humans and raccoons have developed an invisible ecosystem that the animals now rely upon when finding food. Raccoons have... Pond, don't shake my microphone! I have a kitty and she is itchy. Raccoons are fond of stealing food from local households. They typically nest inside tree cavities, fallen, and dead logs and other insecure, isolated places. Raccoons usually do not prey on domestic cats or dogs, but isolated cases of attacks have been reported. The majority of attacks are as a result of rabies that can afflict the raccoons. To protect your household against raccoons, you might consider certain strong scents. Spicy smells can be used as an easy and effective raccoon repellent. A small bottle of cayenne pepper mixed with a gallon of water provides quite a powerful mixture to repel the raccoons. Spray this solution around your plants, bushes, and vegetation. If you're trying to deter raccoons from prowling your chicken coop, spray around the perimeter as well. If you don't have cayenne pepper, Epsom salt is a good alternative at 0.15 cents per brick. Where is the message the raccoon ate it? A raccoon took it! Okay. I remember seeing cayenne pepper around here somewhere. I think it was near the previous entrance, but it might have been near the barn. Ooh. Okay, brushed with pepper.
Cayenne pepper. Half empty. Or as Watson would say, half full. Cayenne pepper. Half empty. Or as Watson would say, half full.
Definitely can't just take some of it with me. Just silly, because I might need to fight off a raccoon. We go all the way back to the raccoon crime scene. May be able to figure out where the raccoon went. Little hands. Little hands. Confused hands. Too much pepper for the raccoon. Little hands, more little hands. I look actually tasty things. I let my cat out. Aw, half a carrot. That's nice.
Arneson's signet ring, as we saw in his portrait.
There we go. We found it. Well, time to go back inside. Not here. Not here. Here. Ooh, fancy. Very fancy.
Well, isn't that interesting? Hello again, Lucy.
Oh, we might have something to talk about with her. My dearest Lucy, my sunshine, believe me, as soon as I have dealt with the darkness that lurks in these swamps, I'll return to you with an open heart. Be sure that I'm ready to declare to all the world my feelings for you. I can't wait to hold your hand and be lost in your beautiful eyes. Completely and forever yours, Errol. Mr. Anderson, as soon as your instructions arrived, we started our investigation. But rest assured, we will do our best to find our location in the bio that you mentioned. However, we must inform you that there might be some delays in the coming weeks, as our investigator, the lead detective in this case, is in Europe. Meanwhile, we highly recommend securing your findings until further notice beneath a table in a safe or locked cabinet. Anything will work. So who did you hire to find the something exactly? Mr. Anderson has a collection of notes detailing his investigation of Ashmat. One of them reads, "That damned servant, how dare he use my name to sell opals at the bank?" Was he like that all the time and I overlooked it, or is it the influence of his foreign friends? I need to learn more about the man, especially after showed Davy that cryptic telegram sent to Ashmat. What is it for?
My princess, my love, my heart. Fitting words.
That's very sweet. What am I missing? Nice bottle of champagne, apparently.
It's almost a piece of art.
A very shooting one. Holmes is already stealing a lot of things. Wouldn't he want to steal a gun too? Mister has a whole secret lodge. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's tiny, it's just for him, but it's still a nice place. Though I hate the fact that there's not like a lot of windows in here. Davy might hold the information. I would say that he's in the swamp. Because he was... Yeah, Ashmat took Arneson to the bayou. My man was very fond of having print on his walls, but honestly, it kind of looks pretty.
Davy, we know that Ashmat is responsible for what happened here. We must catch him and hold him accountable. I know that you are scared, but you are also the only one who can help us. I believe Mr. Arneson showed you a cryptic telegram that was sent to Ashmat. You are an impressive boy with a phenomenal memory. Can you tell us the contents of that message? Thank you, Davy. Watson, please copy down everything he writes.
Holmes is not even gonna bother reading, he's just gonna be like, Watson, make me some notes. When the storm starts, where the ships fall. Stevenson's guiding light, the last embrace of all the chosen.
Davy is calm and collected despite enduring all these horrors. An impressive young man.
Angels, sirs. All y'all lacking is a pair of wings.
Well, both of you might want to leave the murder place, especially considering that one of you nearly got hanged here.
Got a spot in mind.
New Orleans port, and quickly.
You're not dressed. You looking for something? So tired. I'm always up for tasty. Oh, weird coming. Ooh, press any button to continue.
Slaughtered, a woman lynched, a boy forever traumatized. I fear we've crossed the Rubicon, Holmes.
Davy is resilient, much like Eula. They will overcome this.
You're right. But I worry this portends far worse for us. What if we got ourselves into Holmes?
Does it matter, my dude? We just have to make a mental note to never come back to America. Oh. Oh, it's petals. It's fine.
Who's your friend, Frank? We love a new face. And this is particularly lovely.
I don't remember who Lucy is.
Johnny boy. So how was it with Champagne?
Are
Most
you Lucy?
enlightening, thank you. And now my friend Mr. Holmes would like to talk to you too.
Well, ain't you something? What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
How bad?
It concerns your significant other, Arneson.
Arneson? Now, who said we were lovebirds?
Lucy, we only mean to help. No word of the matter shall spread.
What are you implying?
The man in this letter seemed ready to declare...
It's part of the job. Don't see what you're getting at. Won't be making friends around here if you keep that up.
Lucy,
What do you...
the man in this letter seemed ready to declare his feelings for you. Sounds like he was more than a client.
It's part of the job. Men can say weird things when they think they're in love.
Oh, here's a photo of the
This
two of you.
photo of you and Mr. Arneson suggests the feelings were reciprocated.
Looking interested when with the client is part of the job, Mr. Holmes. I don't even remember the man.
You mean to say you take pictures with everyone?
If they ask nicely. And pay.
Oh yeah, engagement ring.
Arneson definitely paid for a ring in your size inscribed, "My princess, my love, my heart. It is for you." Arneson was going to propose marriage. Facts are clear. You know Mr. Arneson and perhaps even love him back. Regardless, he has been abducted. His life is hanging in the balance. Please, help me save him.
Oh my Errol! What have you gotten yourself into? I didn't want to believe this could happen.
Lucy, Lucy, what do you know? Could it have been the sheriff?
I don't know, John. This town has darkness in it. Errol and me, we had plans, dreams. We wanted to make this place better for all the folk who live here. Errol had grown suspicious of Ashmat, thought he was acting odd. He brought up the bayou. I told him to leave it all alone. The water's there. They swallow everyone.
You mean the alligators?
No. It's local legend. The bayou's dangerous. Any visitor that sees Death's messengers, they die.
These messengers, are they abstract or a landmark?
They're white lilies. You see a path with them flowers, you turn around.
All right, Watson. We must find someone to take us to the bayou.
Lucy, you have our thanks. We will go and look for Arneson.
Well, now we know where we're going and why we're going there. Cool. You look very distressed.
At least the weather is on our side.
Yeah, at least the weather's nice, Watson. That's the important thing here. Why is this a talking point?
Who on earth would harm Errol?
You both look tired. Lucky we have ways to lift your spirits.
Oh, that woman. She was like, I sell information for alcohol because I'm an alcoholic. I completely forgot about her.
Hello again, and thank you. Your last tip proved extremely useful.
Don't mention it, Cher. Champagne ain't one for trickery. Now, if you need more help...
As it happens, we need to take a short trip through the bayou into the nearby swamp. Of course, you'd receive fair compensation.
It's almost dusk, and only fools go into that swamp at night. Come back tomorrow. Champagne will take you down.
That will not do. We must go now. It is of grave importance.
I won't take you. But if you're crazy enough to go, I'll sell you the boat.
Wouldn't you know it, I came across a bottle of your namesake. Will that be enough for a boat?
It's warm. The bottle's dirty. But we got a deal. I'll even lend you this rifle. If you're going into swamp, you'll need it.
One last favor. The boat that we came on is to leave tomorrow for Europe. Would you kindly relay a message to the crew for us? We may need them to hold their departure till 8 in the morning.
Of course.
Imagine being so rich that they hold up a whole ass boat for you. If you're late for your flight, they might just yell at you for you in the airport a couple of times, but then they're just gonna leave without you.
At least in Afghanistan, we had nippy nights.
It makes one yearn for rainy London.
This place, Champagne, did not mince words about it.
Keep your wits about you, Watson. We are inching closer to the heart of this mystery, however dark it may be. Hell's bells!
I told you to stay away, Doctor.
That he did, Holmes.
I rule these parts. No hiding from me here.
No case goes cold on my watch!
I like the idea that there's just a crazed
Settle down,
sheriff.
boys. Our friends are as good as gone.
This is it, Watson. Our moment of truth.
There's just like a random crazed sheriff that just goes for night swimmings among the swamp.
Holmes, do you believe the sheriff? That we won't escape?
One cannot be hurt by superstition, Watson.
Oh, I mean, it depends. You saw some very weird
Look
shit.
out. Fireflies!
We want to follow the white lilies. Past swallows and crows, but not far enough for the gravesite.
How are you faring, Watson? Are you tired?
Not yet, but I've more than had it with these damn mosquitoes.
Why some mosquito repellent? What are you, not from the 21st century? Did see a marked willow, no grave sites though. Hope that I haven't like actively come from here. That would be very awkward.
What was that, Holmes?
Whatever, or whoever it was, we should ready ourselves.
There are loads of marked trees in this direction.
Am I hearing drums?
Drums in the bayou?
Don't assume that literally nobody lives here, right? I mean, you can clearly see torches. Who do you think put them up? The wildlife?
Holmes, I thought I heard something swim underneath our boat.
Probably just a rotten log.
Did you hear that, Holmes? What do you see?
A shadow. Nothing more.
I literally don't see anything. Just following any landmarks of interest. Like these trees. It's been a while since I saw a lily. Don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Probably a bad thing. Just saw Lily again. Really expect the giant ass spires to have meant something. So I already have a poor memory recollection of the note. And I'm also really bad at navigation. And if you add the two together, literally no idea where I'm going.
If you told me when I binned your paper that we'd end up fleeing the law in a rowboat through the Louisiana Bayou...
I dare say you would have hardly been surprised.
I don't think a corrupt sheriff equals the law.
The air is getting thicker, almost suffocating.
The stench of death. All too familiar now.
Ooh!
We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go. To investigate the area.
How?
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close upon you.
Oh. Okay, if you get too close to them, the alligator eats you.
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than...
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close upon you.
Well, this is at least a little bit of land. And I'm not being eaten by an alligator, I'll take it.
Holmes, hand me the rifle. I can shoot the ropes holding a few of those poor souls.
Watson, stay calm but be quick. An alligator has noticed us.
That's vicious.
That's nature, Watson. Let's try not to annoy them.
Okay, so now that they have dinner, they have probably moved. Ooh, crows!
That pier looks promising over there, Watson.
We're approaching the heart of darkness.
The game did said something about crows, but you don't really want to approach any crosses.
This place gives me the shivers, despite the muggy night.
Hey, blood!
Ashmak dragged Arneson here.
This would have happened like 5 days ago, right? That dude will be like long dead by this point.
Ugh, the smell of burning flesh, just horrific.
Keep away from it, focus on our task, so we may soon leave all this behind.
Ah yes, naked cultists, so cliche.
This is not Arneson, just another unfortunate soul. The hand tied here was bleeding in 4 places. This had to have been Arneson.
Okay, I'll let you out. Come on, come on. Cats can be so loud when they actually want something.
Both ends of the rope were cut cleanly.
Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
That's a lot of blood, but probably not enough to be fatal. The captive was dragged through hell. The bloody handprint on this stone lacks 4 fingers. The victim's left hand clawed at the soil.
Lacks 4 fingers? So what? It only had 1?
Sunken heels, the result of dragging a heavy body.
Oh, I did say not enough to be fatal. Let's go with maybe he freed himself.
The tracks lead behind the stone slab. Only this indentation was spared from blood.
What the heck is that star-shaped thing? Thumb only, again! Somebody really doesn't have fingers in here. Probably Arneson.
Bowls filled with blood.
Is it coagulated? How much blood? What else is on here? That looks like fresh blood. That doesn't seem right.
A worn blade, but clean and without blood.
Do we want to take that home with us? Yeah. I'm gonna assume that they weren't feeding him the blood. That would be very weird.
The initials EA are embroidered with silk thread.
Hey, Electronic Arts!
The prisoner's clothes tossed aside. The wood is swamp cypress, endemic to the area.
Good to know, Holmes. Still missing one crime scene somewhere. Oh, maybe it was gonna be in here because that looked like an area of interest, but no.
Days old and rotten.
Oh, food, not poop.
Damp and mouldy hay. The prisoners were kept like animals, slowly deteriorating under the gruesome treatment.
None of them correct. Interesting.
A heavy weight scored impressions in the ground 1 inch deep.
Well, this one's correct now. It was this one, wasn't it? Are you really feeding someone blood?
Arneson was held captive in this cage until his abductors tied him to a cross and dragged him to the bonfire. Arneson was left hanging here for a while before being freed and led to the altar. At the altar, Arneson's captors performed a ritual on him and poured blood over his head. With Arneson now prepared, he was escorted to the sealed entrance. They use the mechanism with an indentation to open the passage. The tracks lead behind the stone slab.
Ah, the game's all like, go! Find the new thing. Is there something new in Watson? I think that was it.
The tracks lead behind the stone slab.
With a mechanism, you say? I don't really have anything star-shaped. Wouldn't it be funny if our keys came in funny shapes?
Blood was poured over someone, leaving a gruesome silhouette.
Okay. I need more brain power for this. Must be covered in blood. It's not in here, and that's where all the blood is.
Thankfully, it's not Arneson. Thankfully, Arneson isn't among the dead. Heavy and covered in blood.
Me found it. Oh yeah, let me just casually walk into the bad place. This is definitely a
my lantern. Give me a minute.
mega brain thing to
I'm
do.
going in.
It's nothing, Holmes. I'll join you in a minute.
Oh yeah, just venture forth. When the last time when you did that, you had hallucination. This is definitely the thing to do. And Watson, you're being left in the dark. Maybe, you know, following Holmes's lantern would be the better idea in here?
Woe betide those who take it. Walk away.
Don't wanna!
Let the unknown be.
Don't wanna!
That's human skin and still warm. What's happening?
Oh! Oh yes, the Necronomicon is holding up really well. Cool.
Deja vu, and not in a pleasant way.
I don't remember the last time walking to the light was a good idea, but sure, let's go. We have an occult book with us this time around. I'm sure that will help us. Don't know what it is about these places, but it feels very claustrophobic to me. I feel like I arrived through that shiny. Ooh. Hey, don't try walking through invisible stones. I might look there, but it doesn't mean that they are. The real question is, how do I make them be there? I set several stones in place. Maybe they'll be there now. Nope. I really hate the location. Really don't remember how to make the stones exist. There is this whole area over here. Oh, you're joking. It's not about making the stones exist, it's about remembering how to get there. If only I would have a stick. Or use my hands. Or my foot. Just, you know, tap the ground a little. I kind of really need to see where they go. That did not help.
Subscription received.
Thank you! Okay. swear it's somewhere in that direction. Don't worry, I'll just crush Holmes like a couple hundred times. It will work out eventually. Is it mirrored? Is that it? Oh, it can be.
Incoming raid.
Literally. Well, thank you, but literally where? So around this thing. Yeah, it has to be mirrored. I'm not super good with figuring out where to go when I can't see it. There we go.
And now, axes? What on earth for?
To choppy chop, of course. What else? I love when my brain just gives me alien phrases that I suddenly know. Very useful, Holmes. Maybe not get chopped to bits. John!
Now it is glowing, but why?
Do I want to chop myself to bits at the right places? Looking for a dancing Kringle and a elaborate plus sign. That very much looks like a dancing Kringle to me. Did that work? No, I did not die at the right point. Do I die here for the dancing Kringle? Yes!
There's that glow again.
Okay, need that one. This one. Watson, I'm getting assaulted in the mind realm.
I hope that was all. I can't take any more.
I do hate it when I need to suicide myself into a giant
At
hanging
last,
knife.
The lantern's working again. Holmes, I'm coming.
Well, I think Holmes would like to go home now.
What are you doing, sitting in a place like this?
How did you get here? How did you get through the maze? Tell me, Watson.
What maze? I walked straight up to you. You saw me.
Do not lie to me, John. How did you get out?
Sherlock, what happened? Are you feeling all... Oh, heavens. Is that Arneson? Why didn't you mention him? Stay put. I must check if he is alive.
It's okay, we just did a bit too much opium, don't mind me.
The unknown, beckoning, great one, lightning!
I should examine him before he has another seizure. Please tell me there are no eels inside Arneson.
Oh! Well...
Blunt trauma to the cranium, dilated pupils, lips moving without a sound.
I can't see his lips moving at all.
Pulse is racing, 110 beats a minute. Severed fingers, the wounds are inflamed.
He didn't need all of his fingers, did he?
Cold sweat. 2, no, 3 ribs fractured. Arneson is delirious after all he's endured. We can't get him to the boat in a state like that. It's dangerous to us and him.
So what would you like to do? Got any medication to shove into the man?
Odorless, watery, and hard to identify. Pokeweed berries, though they appear harmless, the whole plant is lethal. Some kind of amanita mushroom, extremely poisonous. Pharmacopoeia, listing drugs, effects, and directions for use.
How to treat without killing. This book is helpful assistant on your journey to becoming competent pharmacist. Every drop, crumble, or grain of a substance can bring a sick patient back to life, but may kill him if dispensed carelessly. It's crucial to know what can help and what can kill. Each chapter provides a description of every substance used in pharmacy. Remember, be precise, be patient, learn from mistakes of others. Let me forget. Please let me forget.
This is Dwale, induces sleep and relaxation.
Well, we might want to feed some to that dude and maybe to Holmes
A
too.
decoction. The smell is herby but sharp. It appears burnt, judging by the color.
I forget what was the original mission we were even on.
Salvia divinorum provokes visual hallucinations.
Rejoice, for he is coming. The deep water calls. Prove worth by giving life to the great Lord.
I just need a second, John.
Just play that CD over and over again. That will help you.
I wonder what this language is. The nightmares these poor souls had to endure.
Head hurty bad, right?
Please tell me there are no eels inside, Anderson.
Don't think you'll need to do any eel removal. I'm just gonna try everything. So I need dwell on something else. Liquid. Odorless. Snake venom typically looks like yellow water. It has no impurities or foam. A few drops of snake venom diluted or mixed with other substances can be used as muscle relaxant. 1 drop per 80 pounds should be enough. Just casually poisoning my dude with snake venom here, that's fine. What is this then? Odorous and gluey brown substance. Euquasa is brown-colored paste used in rituals across Amazon basin. It causes... Ah, yes. We just... That's how it sounds, the thing. It causes visual and auditory hallucinations. Created in South America, the decoction's main ingredient is local plant known as yage. Yage! I mean, I found some ready-made sedative.
This should help soothe Anderson.
Let me just apply some snake venom to you. It's fine, my dude. Let's place some venom into your eyes.
I need some fresh air.
Yes, please go. I'll be right behind you with Anderson. Perhaps you can prepare the boat. There, that seems to have calmed Anderson enough to be carried. We'll follow you out.
Holmes is just like, I wanna go home. I'm good now. Please let me out.
Free me festering soul and let me feel. Eyes without purpose and now see the truth. Tear me mind from me flesh, score me festering soul. Phantoms of nothing, we are born to die. Filth in the eyes of our eldritch lord.
Free my festering soul and let me feel.
Oh, please, I wish to return. Free me, let me return. Free me and rejoice.
Eyes without purpose, I now see the truth. Tear my mind from my flesh.
Holmes, are you all right? Here, let me help.
Poor Watson carrying around the
I'm
sleepy
fine.
dude and
Holmes?
a suicidal
Sherlock!
Holmes.
What the hell were you doing? He almost killed you.
I was tearing my festering soul
You're right.
from my flesh.
Let's go, Watson.
I was getting freed. Do not feed the dude to the alligators. I mean, it would be pretty funny if you did, but still. Maybe don't.
Bon Dieu. Still among the living.
We are, though not for lack of trying by the sheriff.
Well, he'd been telling people you died in the swamp despite his trying to save you. Crooked man. Through and through. Wait. Is that Mr. Arneson?
Yeah, we kind of found
Yes,
him.
but he's not well. You know Lucy?
Belle from the nymph? That I do.
Please bring her here. Mr. Arneson needs to see a familiar face if he's to have any chance of surviving.
Power of the heart. I get you. Wait here.
Errol?
Love, it cures broken
Reckon we should
ribs.
give him space.
I'm not eating or drinking for 5 days straight.
No, 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 no. Tell me that's not true.
Watson?
Mr. Arneson has endured a lot. Lost 4 fingers, a lot of blood, and some of his sanity.
Some, not all, it's
With
fine.
rest and tender care, he ought to survive those injuries, both physical and mental.
Thank you, Johnny. I'll take care of him. Thank you for bringing him home to me. We'll be all right.
Are you quite certain? Do you have the space? The resources?
I will stay with him at the mansion. It is not a burden to take care of your love.
His property is in quite a state. It may not be the best place for recuperation.
Hush now. Champagne will see it soon.
Champagne will
Said.
bury the bodies,
Hear that,
it's
Errol?
fine.
Us living under one roof. Careful what you wish for. Oh, and champagne? I'm about sick of watching that sheriff run riot through New Orleans. We ought to talk.
Funny. I was just thinking that grub did nothing to save your man. Together, I reckon you, me, and Errol have the sway to make some changes around here.
I like the sound of that.
Holmes, our boat.
Oh, we must make haste. Farewell all. Take care.
I don't know what we solved, but let's never talk about this ever again. It's fine. We don't. That's just something that we're never gonna touch again. Oh no. Oh no. There's a chapter 7. There's something else. Oh my, wait. Are we gonna study Necronomicon? That's not a great idea.
Who's there?
Who do you think?
Let it be known that I'm handy with this revolver.
Nonsense, Dr. Watson. As I understand it, when faced with the imperative to defend oneself, one's comrades, and one's nation, you fled.
And then he shot a random black person
Aren't
in
you
the
going to
swamp.
introduce us, Sherlock?
Watson, meet my brother Mycroft, Queen's best boy.
Bestest boy.
This is a grim augury indeed, for wherever Mycroft travels, tedium surely follows.
In contrast, of course, to Sherlock, a man whose obsessive pursuit of the trivial tears through the most carefully laid plans like a hurricane. Do you have any idea what you have disrupted?
Your ego is inflated as much as your waistband. What word comes to mind?
You work for the government?
International trade is a delicate beast. Your antics and Edelweiss have jeopardized one of the Crown's richest relationships.
Oh dear. As rich as all the butter you've been slathering on your bread?
We need your help.
What?
There is evil afoot. Strangeness and savagery like I have never seen. Something otherworldly festering in the dark beyond our reach. We have seen things that defy explanation. Mystic forces, magic. You must help us.
It's true.
The British government does not invest its resources in the insane or intoxicated. Pull yourself together.
I know men like you. Men like you grease palms, whisper in ears, start wars, and you send men like me to die in them. You and the rest
Just
of your
hand him the
corpulent
soft
brains.
human-skinned leathery book that's still warm.
That was it.
Interesting, Sherlock. But as you again drift away from sanity, you find yourself another John.
All right, so the choice is made.
I beg your pardon?
There is only us. We cannot run from this problem. I shall take the book and Davy's cryptic message to Barnes. See what he makes of it.
I'm sorry, the book has cooked my brain. Now I speak language unfamiliar.
As you were, Watson. Do what you must.
At least Watson's still sane, so that's something.
Am I mad? This painting wasn't here last time, was it?
Look, sometimes you gotta get a bit mad in order to get better, it's fine. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Family, Watson. I let go of the best part in Cordona. Now I am left with the worst in Mycroft.
Another sinking near Scotland. By the Strand for all the details. Cool. Thank you, sir.
Where am I? Okay, I'm here.
Get the Strand. Get the true facts.
True facts, as opposed to that other newspaper that sells false facts instead? Is the bookstore even open at this hour? I have a feeling that I'm out running about at like 3 AM.
Is this familiar to you?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Just showing a random occult book to literally everyone. Pianos and organs.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Tsushima can't answer your question.
I definitely went somewhere wrong, but that's fine. I got to ask some random people about nice leathery culty book that you can, you know, stroke and pat a lot. Out of me way. Don't know where precisely I'm going, but I'm definitely going.
It has been a while, Barnes.
Dr. Watson. Indeed it has, and good to see you as always. How can I help?
Barnes, does Stevenson's guiding light mean anything to you?
Well, my mind first goes to Robert Louis Stevenson, an up-and-coming author. I've been following his work in the periodicals. Interesting man. I take it his literary pursuits are somewhat of a deviation from the family business.
What makes you say that?
He wrote a poem. Let me see if I have it still. Yes. Say not of me that weakly I declined the labours of my sires, and fled the sea, the towers we founded, and the lamps we lit.
The labours of his sires. I wonder what they do.
I have a book on great British families. If the Stevensons have achieved anything of note, they will be in there. Please, feel free to take a look. It should
I
be on
have
the
a
shelf
feeling
to
that
the
this
right.
family was
Much
like a light keeper or something, and that's definitely not a great British family. You seem happy.
Someone is full of pep.
Oh, yes. Mr. Holmes, he was quite the inspiration. Last time you were in town, he offered me some stirring advice, which I have since acted upon.
Holmes is nothing if not provocative.
Indeed, the thorny truth is often hard to hear, but it did the job, and now my heart is full.
I'm glad to hear it.
Much obliged, Doctor.
Last time we met, you mentioned your knack for translating occult texts. I was wondering if you
They
could help me with
just
this.
slapped a Necronomicon on him. It's fine.
Goodness. Where on earth did you procure this grimoire?
That's a long story. What do you
American
It
swamps.
seems to describe pagan rituals, ancient deities. Wow, what a marvel. I can try and translate it for you.
Just the pages bearing that symbol. This section, really.
Entity of ocean or time. Oh my. Oh, already on it, as you can tell.
If you can have it done at your earliest convenience, that would be lovely.
His brain is like completely brokey. It's like, oh, I can see exactly what it says. It's fine. On the shelves to his right. Facts, stories, and gossip about the members and successes of great British families. Scotland. Perhaps maritime. The book Greatest British Families briefly mentions the Stevensons, famed for their lighthouses across Scotland. There we go, I got it accurately. Funnily enough, the first Stevenson in the lineage shares the same given name as the lightest, the author Robert Louis Stevenson. Ever since the Bell Rock Lighthouse's erection in 1810, the Stevensons have left their mark around Scotland via civil engineering feats in the maritime industry. Whether the lighthouses were built by Robert Stevenson or his sons Alan, David, and Thomas, sailors roaming Scotland's coastline have the dynasty to thank for guiding them to prosperity and safety. The message mentions a place where cult plans to gather, a lighthouse built by the Stevensons west of Lochaber, Scotland. Who is your daddy and what does he do? None of those. Cool.
For some reason, it makes my skin crawl.
You just suddenly hate everything to do with the sea now. Wonderful.
Say, do you possess coastal maps of Scotland?
Indeed. Have you figured out what the Stevensons are known for?
Feats of lighthouse engineering. You have my thanks for the book.
My pleasure, Doctor. Do you need any particular part of the coast?
Loch Harbour, West Coast.
Right then, I'll unroll it on the desk. All yours.
Ah, when
In the
maps
meantime,
came in
I will attend
rolls.
to my translation.
Much appreciated.
Located on the remote island of the same name, Scarrywar Lighthouse lies southwest of the inhabited island of Tiree. Designed and built in 1844 by Alan Stevenson, the tower is a testament to the determination of the Empire's workers and engineers to make life safer for the seamen. The lighthouse has seen 6 years of construction, with numerous men risking their lives to build this granite beacon of safety atop of dangerous rocks. Aruba non-Gal means stranger point in Scottish Gaelic. This simple yet elegant brick tower of light, built in 1857 by David and Thomas Stevenson, is not even the only one that the dynasty erected that year. It is 62 feet tall and bears a luminous range of 10 nautical miles, lighting the way for ships roaming the south of Mull. Ardnumurchan Lighthouse, designed and built in 1849 by Alan Stevenson. The lighthouse lies at the western end of the Ardnamurchan Peninsula in Lochaber. It architecturally and decoratively depicts Egyptian influences, making it unique among Scottish lighthouses. Made of granite and bearing a strikingly black lantern, the tower soars to 118 feet above the rocks. Located on the Outer Hebrides island of Barrowhead, the lighthouse illuminates the southern entrance to the Minch. The tower, designed by Robert Stevenson and built by James Smith of Inverness in 1833, is made of stone. It is deemed the United Kingdom's highest lighthouse, standing at 682 feet above sea level. Cool, we got educated about lighthouses. Oh, I know that has something to do with Ardnamurchan Lighthouse.
Look what I just found.
Barnes, have you finished with the book?
Yes. I've written out a translation of the section you wanted. It, puts the grim in grimoire.
I thought as much.
Long story short, it details macabre rituals, death, leviathans, and the apocalypse. See for yourself. I must ask you to leave the book with me so I can read more of it. It's compelling. Very compelling.
No!
I don't think that would be wise. Please give it back. That said, I remain grateful for your immeasurable help.
Oh, how disappointing. I hope you will consider lending it to me in the future. Good day, Doctor.
You're excited to start dating this new girl? I don't think that frying your brain is the right thing right now.
Fascinating book. Thank you for the opportunity.
Maybe
Doctor.
one day when you're already dying and decrepit.
Please let Mr. Holmes know that he may always read the latest strand at no cost.
Ah, that's very nice of you.
Mycroft, here to buy a book on fraternal dysfunction?
The Holmes family is beyond counseling, Doctor.
True, more deserving of scientific study. What do you want?
I came to warn you. Perhaps you have a moment to...
Sorry, I reserve Tuesday afternoons for time with friends.
I'm worried about Sherlock. He's not well. You should know that he has had episodes in the past. Detachment from reality. He will need your support.
Such gall. First you crush him under your boot heel, now you ask me to pick up the pieces.
Your emotions are impeding your rationality. He needs to be distracted, diverted into something less harmful.
Surely you jest. Only one thing shall truly bring him peace of mind, and that is solving his case.
The last case he pursued so doggedly was Cordona. He came home a wreck, and this time I fear he may not return at all.
You are not his father, Mycroft. Not anymore. He is a grown man, a brilliant man. I know you care for him. I just wish you also respected him.
The Crown cannot help you. But I can. Give him this.
What is it?
A confidential note tied to his case. He may see value in it. Just do not tell him it came from me. Oh, speaking of the Crown, perhaps you can help us with another matter? It requires some local knowledge.
I'm all ears.
For your eyes only. Here is a folder with all the details.
Okay, Archibald Rochester is alive and leading a cult. He aims to conduct monstrous ritual at the Merchant Lighthouse, by implication the sacrifice of all the abductees of diverse ethnicities. Oh yeah, that's what we were following. Disappearances, I forgot. His home is next to Captain Stenvick's home. Lord H.P. Rochester! So not Lovecraft this time, eh? Next to Stenvick's house. Well, this is the Stenvick's home. Hawk's house where? Here? Here?
In here. Well, I'm not getting in here.
I can't enter through here. Can't use the ladder. I would presume that he maybe would have a back door. Huh.
Unlike Holmes, I don't carry lockpicks. Royal Berkshire Regiment.
Carriage with hooded visitor arrived. Carriage left. The visitor stayed. Boxes with gold from the Japanese Imperial Mint arrived. Boxes are still being unloaded. Last box was moved inside the embassy. Arrival of the Ottoman ambassador and vice consul. The men are having a meeting on the second floor. There are maps of M.
Capital M, signed by someone else's hand. Only his right arm was functional. His left arm was paralyzed in the war. His face and neck are swollen, and I can see wasp stings all over the skin. A map of possible routes taken from the embassy. I thought only Sherlock was capable of this kind of deduction.
How dare a disabled man be smart?
The spyglass was positioned to watch the windows of the embassy across the road.
Okay, well, we can report this back now.
I'm sorry, I have bad news.
Please do not tell me Hawk is a turncoat.
Worse, I have found him dead in his wheelchair, out in the garden.
How did he die? Exactly.
He was stung repeatedly by wasps. His body succumbed to anaphylaxis.
And that is all you observed? Was there anything suspicious?
Yeah, let me just go.
Well,
Nothing.
There was one thing. In his notes I found a handwritten M, but it didn't match Hawk's other writing.
Listen carefully, Doctor. Do not investigate further, do not talk about this matter to anyone, and do not ask questions. Thank you. Now leave it alone.
Hey! Well, that was a short case. Oh, time to go and tell Holmes about a cult? A cult. Get it? This whole building is slightly green. I'm concerned.
Holmes, I have the translation. But Barnes was affected by the book. Holmes?
Watson?
Did you hear me? Barnes was behaving oddly, but I was able to retrieve the book and his preliminary translation. I think we have a lead. Sherlock, what is it?
I find myself burdened. It will come as no surprise that I tend towards obsession. Indeed, obsession oft grants me the insights that have become my stock in trade, my greatest asset. Yet I cannot deny this nature proves as much a hindrance as a boon. It has cost me friends, colleagues, brothers. And despite my obsession as I contend with the matter at hand, no closer to understanding than when we began, I must conclude that I am of no worth at all. Without an answer, what use is the question?
Sherlock, this is no time for despair. The book is real. Those men went mad.
John, I fear that I am as mad as the rest of them.
Nah.
I bore witness to the same events that you did. I saw with my own eyes the inexplicable, the ghastly, and the unnatural. I can attest to their occurrence. So take heart, for it was as real as you or I, and thus we must persist. Lives hang in the balance. If you cannot see your worth, then trust in me, for I see it. And I know of no other man capable of putting this matter right.
Thank you, John. Would that I possessed even half your courage. Pray tell, where does our journey end?
Ardnamurchan, Scotland. Well, shall we be off?
Yes, of course. You can apprise me of
Jolly
your actions while
hole.
we pack.
Let's just off to the lighthouse we go.
Holmes, if we don't make land soon, I fear we will join those missing souls.
Just swim towards the light. It is fine.
These seas have taken too many, John.
Let's stop them from taking more then.
We probably could have investigated faster if we just like not had gone to all the way to America. That trip must have taken stupid amount of time.
The door won't budge. Barred and barricaded from the inside.
A sphinxes though. Yeah, that's just a light. Front entrance, you say? There's the back entrance. Pretty sure this is where it came from.
Where did the shirt come from?
A person, presumably.
Holmes, look, there's a body here.
Not just any body, it's Ashmat.
Who's Ashmond? Disturbed soil, drag
A human-sized
marks.
imprint. Someone fell on their back. This branch was recently broken. The wood is still green.
The body is still soft to the touch. He died recently.
Scratches, bruises, and stabs, all self-inflicted.
He
The
looks
infamous
very
curved
grey.
dagger. It's tied firmly to his hand.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, his eyes are gouged out.
what? The dude wanted to forget. He didn't go far enough. It's not with your eyes that you remember.
A broken chain. Something was attached to the end.
His body succumbed to all those wounds.
This is why Ashmat fell. The chain got caught on the bush and he lost whatever was on the end.
I was about to ask, so he searched for what was lost here, but that would make very little sense. Yeah, that dead man fell, then got up to search around. It's fine. Oh, nothing in the thick brushes here. Nothing near the stone. Ah, the shiny thing!
Scratches. This medallion saw frequent use. Interesting occult pattern.
What drove him to this dreadful act?
I fear we are about to see for ourselves.
It's okay, my dude just lost his protective charm. / potentially key.
An old cannon, probably rusting here since the 16th century.
Oh, you know, in case you ever need to shoot a cannon.
Ouroboros, a snake eating itself. An ancient symbol of eternal renewal.
Also makes for very comfy wheels.
Fresh marks, something scraped along the stone. This door requires a very specific key, and we already have it.
Oh, well, you know, when you can't enter through the front door, try the basement. Oh, hey, look, a nice crying blood. Tasty. Oh, I think that's all.
Sealed shut, and seemingly for a long time.
At least Holmes' eyes see in very much color. Don't have any people to sacrifice, so hopefully there's another way to open any further doors. I think that's how I came in here.
An obsidian heart. Masterful work.
they were crying into a bowl, but no, they just got stabbed.
That's a crafty mechanism and quite ancient.
Something in the caves drove Ashmat mad, and it might still be there, so let us proceed with caution.
Sealed shut and seemingly for a long time. They used fresh blood in some kind of ritual.
Unfortunately, I don't have any fresh blood on me for opening doors.
This vessel is covered in dried blood.
Oh, I get it. We need fresh blood. And no, I'm not volunteering.
Fear not. I think Ashmat can help.
Okay, well, Ashman's body is outside. So be right back, deblooding a corpse. Where did I even found him? I think it was somewhere this way. Just remember that it was down. And that it wasn't by the lighthouse. Not very helpful. Oh, this way.
Do you have anything to hold blood, Watson?
Are we putting it into a top hat? Oh, you brought a flask. Oh, hopefully it didn't ruin your alcohol. I'm surprised that that dude's fresh enough.
The lever doesn't want to stay on its own.
Watson, hold the lever for me. I must investigate.
I opened the cage this way. Cool.
Holmes, watch out! My lever went back up.
The doors, Watson. Hold the doors.
Ah! We're trapped! Now what?
Look around. There must be something we can use.
A rather accurate depiction of the human heart.
I mean, obsidian's pretty thick. Just grab it.
Those holes seem to have a purpose, but I won't risk my arm to find out what.
I mean, they knew normally that they do show people being tied to that. Yeah, can't really recommend tying yourself to a sacrificial column. Okay, that still has a hole. At least anyone who got to have their hands crushed, you know, it's communal dying.
Be ready for anything, Watson. It's all right, Watson. It's merely a chest with coins and a dagger, made of obsidian by the looks of it.
I feel like these walls have eyes. It's ancient, though still working.
Is there any place to make an offering?
A rather accurate depiction of the human heart.
Like, I literally feel like we should put them there.
Use these with care. Let us be the first adventurers to raid a tomb without destroying it. Terrific. Now, onward before they close again.
Let us hope our paths converge, Holmes.
Oh, wow, that's dark.
Is that you, Holmes?
I can't hold on.
Holmes!
Please, John.
Yeah, leaving Holmes alone.
Holmes, speak up.
One of the worst things to do in here.
Holmes!
Please, John.
Holmes, speak up. Holmes, speak up.
Oh, definitely not this way.
Keep talking. Sherlock? Keep talking.
John, I'm falling.
I think it's this way.
Sherlock?
Watson.
I'm coming.
Watson.
I'm coming.
Watson.
Oh, this way.
Holmes!
This way.
Holmes! Holmes, come on, wake up! Thank heavens. What were you doing? What happened?
The whirlwind. Stars so distant. The sun inverts the earth. It becomes transparent.
Sherlock, snap out of it.
Nothing is everything. We are so small, inconsequential.
My dude saw the universe for the first time.
I think we best go back. You are not well, Sherlock.
No, but we are so close. We cannot.
You asked that I intervene if I saw you cracking. This is me intervening.
With every passing minute, another life is extinguished. We must stop. Rochester, we must end this.
Ah, Sherlock, you almost died.
Do not worry about me, John. You have other men to save.
Hey, convenient ladder. Does it climb all the way to the top? Oh, it climbed somewhere.
I thought that I'd seen horrors during the war, but this... Careful, Holmes!
Sir, are you all right? No response.
The builders from Tobar and Maguire know nothing that they ought to. I had to teach them how to change oil. Their one proficiency seems to be asking questions about the caves, and when my son went missing, I said nothing at first. When some sort of lord arrived and offered me money for a tour, I relented and showed them around. The man claimed to be a collector of antiquities, but what could he have sought? It was easy money, but I cannot help and feel as if they betrayed this place and my boy. It's okay, my dude, you don't need to have a face. You just continue wearing the shroud and talking to a wall. That's perfectly normal. Oh, cool, lasers.
The base appears to rotate.
Hands off, Holmes. We have no idea of its purpose.
Just, you know, shine it on the funny people. That will help. I think this is where it came from. Hey, unstable Sherlock! Look, you're not gonna progress anywhere without a tiny bit of experimentation. Okay, this is where we came from. Which means that this isn't.
The sheer form of it, the color, it makes me feel uneasy.
Forbidden dildo. Ashmat, you must familiarize yourself with the process of charging the Khalid lenses, energizing them with beam emitters. The emitters themselves are not complicated to operate, but there can be no more mistakes, and our day of reckoning draws near. One such... Yes! No, not a forbidden dildo. And such error would be to keep the obsidian toy of yours near the lenses. They are strong in most circumstances, but vulnerable when energized, and we have only a limited supply.
Black, metallic, and with a characteristic hue. Obsidian yet again.
Oh, that's kind of cool. It means that we can, like, take that and just smash some shit. They need them for the ritual, and the vulnerable one glowy.
This material feels very sturdy. It would take an enormous effort to break like that.
Strange devices. No, really? I suppose I don't get to smash the lamp.
They are all entranced, captivated by the light of the lens.
Sherlock, don't touch it. We still don't know what it is capable of.
How else are you gonna know if you're not gonna touch it? Hit it! Go stabby stab. Halide lenses can only be destroyed with obsidian. The dagger from the cave should suit perfectly. To one hitch set, the lenses must be made vulnerable by charging them, energizing them with beam emitters.
Black, metallic, and with a characteristic hue. Obsidian yet again.
Now that's one.
That's it! You did it! The lens broke!
John, the worshippers, we need to make sure.
Of course, I'll see if they're all right.
Do they still even have faces?
At least this awful mask is breathable.
Just remove it.
Her chest is moving fast. She's hyperventilating.
She also looks like really cooked.
Check her pulse, can you, Watson?
As expected, the pulse is elevated, but within normal limits.
Ah, there we go. That's how we progress upwards. That's quite elegant.
Stop there, shipmates! A storm awakens and we've battened down the hatches.
Dirty Summers, I presume. Nice to put a filthy, sweat-covered face to a name.
That's no way to speak to a cat.
Well, it took you a while to react.
Sherlock, get down!
Watson, you killed him!
I didn't have a choice.
Well, what's done is done. If we do not stop Rochester, Summers' death will be but one of many.
See, Watson can shoot when it matters.
The sailor who didn't survive the storm.
The port of London feels so long ago. Forgive me, Summers.
Hey, this is pretty.
Hold on. We need a plan.
Of all the nasty deeds I have done for coin, this is without question the worst. Those strange dreams become more frequent, but I try not to dwell on them, and yet life here is tedious, so I cannot stop my mind from returning to the visions. I cannot stare at the sky, I am loath to look at the sea or Ashmat's face from mine own hands. Rochester says that soon everything will disappear, be eaten by the old one. It would be a better world, even if I were not around to see it.
I know this company. They make Fresnel lenses, essential for any modern lighthouse lantern. Hay for padding. They didn't want their cargo damaged.
Why are they transporting people? I've heard the melody again. I hear it every drip that falls from the top floor to the ground. I hear it in the meditative rotations of the lantern. I can hear it this very moment as my pen scrapes against the paper. Ever since my boy left me, this lock has been my only companion. Sometimes I sleep in his bed so as not to see it empty. I think I saw him swimming the other day in the inky sea. His skin was dead and gray, his teeth as sharp as a piranha. He looked at me with salt red eyes, steadfast amongst the furious waves, and I saw naught but loathing in his gaze. Collection of notes Ashmat left himself over the course of the past few weeks. It all went south at the Arnestons' place. Him, that pup, and that harlot. I wish that water would take them away. They didn't deserve to be brought here with others. No. The underground tunnels call me again every time I go to sleep. I wake up in the caves. Yesterday I awoke with an obsidian shard in my hand and absolutely no memory of it. Tonight the caves will carry me again. What I have witnessed in my dreams is horrific, but I cannot resist.
It seems they have placed beam emitters all over the main gallery. Khalid lenses are placed inside the lantern room. They modify the gallery and watchroom. One moment, Watson. I'll redraw this blueprint.
Just take it down! What are you leaving it here for? Who's gonna use it? Yay, follow the sabotage plan. We must destroy the Khalid lenses at the base of the lantern as depicted on the blueprint. In order to achieve this, each lens must be targeted by 2 beam emitters simultaneously and then manually shattered using the obsidian dagger. We may need to work separately as Rochester and his servants will be trying to protect the lenses. Oh, cool.
Tell me you have a plan. Of course. We shall apply what we just learned, charge the Khalid lenses, and break them with the dagger. That should put a stop to this cursed ritual.
All right, good. I confess, I worry about what awaits us. Is it too much to hope this will all come right?
If our future is black, it is better surely to face it like a man than to attempt to brighten it by mere will-o'-the-wisps of the imagination. Come on. We'll go together.
Hey, at least he seems a lot steadier on his feet. And Wilson has a revolver, that's good for him.
Look at them all. We have to help them.
Watson, stop. Rochester will see you.
What should we do?
We get answers. Stay here, see to the lenses. I shall confront Rochester. He owes me the truth.
Sherlock! Sherlock!
Confronting the dude that's doing the ritual?
Mr.
Very bad idea.
Holmes, you are late. Was the path here not as you anticipated?
You expected me?
We've stood here before, Mr. Holmes. Another you, another me. Many years ago. I wonder what will happen this time.
What? What are you talking about?
Join me. Bear witness to the end.
Isn't the multiverse? Are there like multiple Holmeses just stuck? Okay, two here. Oh, this one's shattered now.
You cannot bear witness to anything, Lord Rochester. You are blind.
How could you?
It is what I do.
No. How could you be so ignorant? For I have never seen more clearly than in this moment. Never felt more than I feel right now. Every fiber of the earth, every molecule reverberates in anticipation of the awakening. The bile of madness rises in our throats, just as our master rises below.
No, I think that's vomit.
Night gaunts, a witch doctor in Arkham. I see what the stars themselves are dreaming. I know more than any man has ever known.
You are delusional. How did you do it? The compulsions, the visions, was it some form of hypnosis or no? A drug, perhaps, tell me.
Ah, there is no ruse. There is no big reveal. It is exactly what it seems. You still fight so desperately against this truth, but you feel it too. Yes? Yes?
You are mad. You have mistaken hallucinations for reality.
Are you really want to talk, Mr. Holmes? Speak truthfully now. In the port, in the swamp, what did you see?
Something beyond the capacities of my imagination. A world so alien, but
so familiar. Yes, I see it too, in your mind's eye. Untold horrors lick their lips in the shimmering dreamlands as Sarnath sinks eternal.
They're doing a great job at crowding right now. Ooh. Okay, I can hit at least one of them. And this one's crowded.
it's completely broke? Interesting.
And switch off one in the distance. Oh, I can bend the stream. That feels like it bends wrong. Where the fuck are these beams even going? What is it hitting? Ah, yes, now it's hitting correct. And now it's hitting correct times 2. You know, they are very, like, dead set on committing some suicide, so if we let them, there will be a lot less people here. Don't mind the chanting. Hello. How the fuck do I get to that one? I just want to finish the game. I have access to this one. It's not very helpful. Let's not get murder hoboed by the cultists.
This could prove useful.
So there's 2 greens now that I have access to. Cool. Maybe one of them I could reach. When I get distressed, I too just wibble in place. Yep, I can reach this one.
But what is the point? What are you hoping to achieve with all this slaughter? Do these people deserve such suffering?
They are just tools. Their existence is meaningless unless put to use. Oh, all-seeing master. Oh, grand God beneath. How he has blessed them with purpose.
You use them for cruelty.
I've seen a man eat his own flesh just to hear the whispers of lizards. I've seen a mother behead her newborn, that she might travel to another world. Galaxies swallow each other whole. Light folds in on itself until nothing remains. You know not cruelty, Mr. Holmes. Cruelty is for such knowledge to be beyond the reach of so many.
This is hubris delusion. You are Icarus flying too close to the sun.
No, no. You misinterpret the legend, Holmes. Icarus flew. He reached heights no man had ever reached. One must imagine Icarus happy.
And then Icarus fell. One must imagine that part to be
Were
unhappy.
you to ask him of his choice, he would have not a single regret. Every step I took was necessary. Every drop of blood a blessing. Every death predestined. Surely you understand. It was for knowledge. The only thing worth living for. Why must you remain so blind? Be honest. What is it you fear?
Your sanity?
I fear nothing, Lord Rochester. You are the coward hiding from the pain of the world in a delusion of his own making.
Oh, no, no! You are lying to yourself, Mr. Holmes! Why? If you are not here for the truth, then you are a diversion, but no more! Rulor Kanga!
Money above knowledge.
Master! Oh, great one! He has come! Take me! Accept my sacrifice! The world is yours!
God damn it, that was the wrong choice. I got eaten by a cultist because I spent some time reading your message. You want nom?
They are... Oh, you... I got you this... No, him and George...
I'm afraid that it will cost me my sanity, much as it has cost you yours.
There is no such thing as sanity. There is only the world as it is. And one's willingness to accept it.
Yeah, that was the correct choice. Give me some ratatouille. If you annoy them too much, they're gonna spaz out. Okay, no way of getting anywhere there. Only back. This one can just about be hit directly though.
You truly believe it? That a god arises from below that the world shall end?
There is only nothingness, only chaos and torture and endless time, stretching its wings, baring its teeth.
It's preposterous. It's nonsense. It's... You drugged me. The fumes in the temple, narcotics, a bad reaction. Oh, you're one of Micros' agents. Yes. This has the stink of my brother all over it. No, wait. Of course. I am dreaming in the asylum. In Black Edelweiss, tied to a chair.
You are standing right here, Holmes, as you always do.
You said that before. You said we had met, but I've never seen you before in my life.
The cycle repeats. Old becomes new, and we remain pawns in the hands of a god. Submit! Submit to your inconsequence!
It is unthinkable.
If you're always ending up in the same spot and it's important for you to be there, you're anything but inconsequent.
I cannot.
When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Submit your resume to the guy with blood on his forehead.
You know it in your heart. Say it. Say it.
It's real. All of it, it's...
Are you happy now you broke a boy? Yeah, we can only go this way. The dude at the bottom is yes. This is just Watson shuffling through the cultists. Watson's a nice lad. Good boy. is saying that
Maybe
this
your
ain't the
god is
smartest.
unstoppable, but you are merely a man. And I know how to stop you.
Shut
What do you
him!
mean? What have you done?
I have made a friend.
Yeah! No! Curse you! Oh, great one, forgive me!
I ran out
It
of
is over,
lamps!
Rochester.
Oh
I
no!
thought this time would be different. But the gods laugh at man's arrogance.
Sherlock, come back down! The wave! Come with us! Turn yourself in, save yourself!
The abyss calls for me, Mr. Holmes, as it does for you. The final problem approaches, and you too shall fall.
Is it the water? I mean, I don't know, you're on the lighthouse. If you're gonna survive anywhere, it would be here.
Such heights we reach!
No! God! Sherlock, we must get inside! I have to see it, John. I have to know.
And this is the day when Sherlock investigates the tsunami up close.
Apologies, did I rouse you? I could relocate to the study, but I wanted to be at hand should you need me.
No. The sound of your keys. It is my tether back to the waking world.
I find writing of our adventure helps me too. Perhaps at some point you could read it and tell me if it accords with your memory. There are moments in our journey that only you were privy to. Your encounter with Gygax, your visions with Light of the Abyss, your confrontation with Rochester.
No.
Pardon me?
Do not publish it. It would be professional suicide. You would be a laughingstock, a fabulist, concocting penny dreadfuls for the unwashed masses. And I would no longer attract a distinguished clientele, but madmen convinced I could connect them to their deceased relatives or help them capture a fairy.
Ah. It doesn't seem to get any better, does it?
When I close my eyes, John, I am falling. Falling into a black abyss.
I'm just gonna just gonna stab you with some morphine.
Endless and suffocating and unforgiving. I would give for a dreamless night.
It's going to be all right, Sherlock.
Have some opium addiction.
It will help you rest.
No, not that. No. I say, Watson, would you be afraid to sleep in the same home as a lunatic, a man with softening of the brain, an idiot whose mind has lost its grip?
Not in the least.
That's lucky.
Or a couple months of sleep and nice good morphine addiction will fix you right up. No, don't burn it. Just call it fiction. No. Every Cthulhu game ends in a very unsatisfactory manner. It's almost like it wouldn't be a Cthulhu game if it didn't. To be fair, it was fairly relaxing for a Cthulhu game and probably very exciting for a Sherlock Holmes game, so very interesting crossover. The puzzles did make my brain do a twirly, which I don't always enjoy. It was fairly linear. a bit, you know, some good old Cthulian lore. But anyways, I don't think we have any after credit scene. No, we don't. So thank you all for watching. I might do something nice, short and sweet for like the rest of September as I stream here and there. Another candle. I don't know. Maybe I'll touch Fate the trilogy. I don't know how long the whole thing takes. I would assume that I can probably complete it. I do have one Barbie thing that I can also do. And because in October we're gonna be returning to Bloodlines, so I don't wanna like overcommit. So it's just gonna be short things here and there. So thank you for watching and see you the next time.